What if ancient souls wandered moonlit waters, guided by dreams older than the pyramids themselves, where every ripple whispered secrets of gods and mortals alike? Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you sailing through ancient waters under starlit skies, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Are you a fellow night owl, a history lover, or just chasing rest with a curious mind? Share in the comments below. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The Nile flows eternal, as it has for thousands upon thousands of years, carrying within its dark waters the dreams of gods and mortals alike. Tonight, in the year when Pharaoh Amenemhat III rules from his palace in Memphis, when the stars align as they did for our ancestors and will for generations yet unborn, two figures walk the sacred riverbank beneath a moon so full it seems to pulse with divine breath. The air along the Nile carries scents that have remained unchanged since the first dynasty. Sweet lotus blossoms mingling with river mud rich as chocolate, papyrus reeds rustling their ancient songs, and the faint trace of temple incense drifting on evening breezes. Each breath tastes of history, of countless souls who have walked these same paths, gazed upon these same waters, wondered at these same mysteries that dance between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Kenti, a priestess of Isis whose name means the one who goes ahead, moves with the fluid grace of one who has spent her life in service to the divine mysteries. Her linen robes catch the moonlight like captured starbeams, and the silver amulet at her throat, shaped like an ankh, the key of life, glints softly with each step. She has served in the temple for 15 years, since she was barely more than a child, learning the sacred rituals, the proper pronunciations of prayers that could heal or harm, the delicate art of reading omens in everything from bird flight to the patterns oil makes when dropped in sacred pools. Beside her walks Jehuti, a scribe whose calloused fingers have traced more hieroglyphs than there are stars visible on the clearest desert night. Named for Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom and writing, he carries within his memory the stories of dynasties, the records of floods and famines, the love letters of nobles and the complaints of farmers about taxation. His reed pens and palette hang at his side, for a scribe's tools are as sacred as a priest's, and equally necessary for maintaining the delicate balance between chaos and order that keeps Egypt prosperous. They are not lovers, these two, though there is affection between them born of shared purpose and mutual respect. They are something rarer, true companions of the spirit, drawn together by dreams that have called to them both for many moons. Dreams of Osiris, lord of the underworld, judge of the dead, the green-faced god who died and was reborn, who promises resurrection to all who follow the proper path. The riverbank beneath their feet has been worn smooth by countless pilgrims, merchants, fishermen and wanderers. Mud bricks from distant Memphis gleam dully in the moonlight, evidence of the great trade that flows along the Nile as constantly as its waters. Date palms sway overhead, their fronds whispering secrets to the night wind, while the distant cry of a night heron echoes across the water like a prayer offered to the darkness. The dreams grow stronger each night, Kenti murmurs, her voice soft as the sound of wavelets lapping against the shore. Osiris calls, but his words are like water. They flow through my fingers before I can grasp their meaning. Jehuti nods, understanding in his bones what she means. For weeks now, both have awakened before dawn with the taste of eternity on their tongues, fragments of divine visions dancing just beyond the reach of memory. It is why they walk tonight, drawn by something greater than conscious will, following the moon's path along the sacred river. In the distance, Memphis glows like a earthbound constellation, its countless oil lamps and torches creating a warm amber glow against the star-studded sky. The great city never truly sleeps. There are always guards walking their rounds, bakers beginning the day's bread, mothers nursing restless infants, scribes working by lamplight to complete important documents before the morning's deadlines. The sounds drift across the water, the low murmur of conversation, the creak of cartwheels on stone, the occasional bark of a dog or cry of a child. But here, on this stretch of riverbank where papyrus grows thick and lotus flowers bloom in hidden pools, the ancient world feels more present than the living one. Here, where the veil between mortal life and divine mystery grows thin as morning mist, Kenti and Jehuti walk in companionable silence, each lost in their own contemplation of the dreams that have brought them together. The priestess pauses beside a particularly large lotus blossom, its petals closed for the night but still radiating the sweet perfume that makes this flower sacred to the gods. In the day, she knows, it will open to reveal a golden heart, but now it sleeps, dreaming its own flower dreams of sunlight and bee songs and the eternal cycle of opening and closing that mirrors the greater mysteries of death and rebirth. "In my dream," she says softly, her fingers trailing in the cool water, "there was a lotus that bloomed at night, its petals silver instead of white, and from its heart came a voice that spoke of things that were and are and shall be again." Jehuti sets down his writing materials and settles beside her on the soft bank, his eyes reflecting the moon like dark mirrors. As a scribe, he has recorded hundreds of dreams for priests and nobles, learned to distinguish between the meaningless phantoms that come from too much wine or too little sleep, and the true visions that carry messages from the gods. These dreams of Osiris feel different, weighted with significance, heavy with the promise of revelation. "In mine," he replies, "I stood in a hall of judgment, but it was not Osiris who weighed the heart against the feather of truth. It was the dreamer themselves, and the scales. The scales sang with voices of all who had ever lived and died and lived again. The Nile flows past them, dark and mysterious, carrying with it the silt that makes Egypt's fields fertile, the fish that feed her people, the dreams of all who have ever gazed into its depths and wondered about the journey that awaits every soul after the final breath. It is said that the Nile is the earthly reflection of the celestial river that flows through the underworld, the waterway along which the sun god Re travels each night in his solar bark, fighting the serpent of chaos to ensure that dawn will come again. Somewhere in the distance, a fisherman begins his pre-dawn work, the splash of his net a gentle percussion against the river's eternal song. Soon, the eastern horizon will begin to pale with the first hint of sunrise, and the night's magic will fade like dew before the practical concerns of the day. But for now, in this suspended moment between darkness and dawn, anything seems possible. Kenti rises and begins walking again, her steps following no conscious plan but guided by something deeper than thought. Jehuti follows, his scribe's instincts alert for details worth remembering, worth recording for future generations who might need to understand what transpired on this night of dreams and revelations. They pass a shrine to Sobek, the crocodile god, its small stone altar darkened with the residue of countless offerings of bread and beer and flowers. Few withered lotus blossoms lie scattered around its base, gifts from other pilgrims who have passed this way, seeking the god's protection from the very real crocodiles that lurk in the river's depths. The irony is not lost on Jehuti, who has always found the Egyptian pantheon delightfully contradictory. They ask protection from crocodiles from a god who appears as a crocodile, petition for safe journeys from deities who themselves face constant danger, seek immortality from gods who have died and been reborn. But perhaps that is the point, he thinks as they walk on. Perhaps the gods understand danger because they have faced it, comprehend death because they have died, offer resurrection because they have themselves been resurrected. The myths are not just stories but instructions, templates for transformation that show mortals the path they too must walk. A night breeze stirs the palm fronds overhead, and for a moment the sound is like gentle laughter, as if the trees themselves are amused by mortal attempts to understand divine mysteries. The wind carries new scents now, the green smell of growing things, the earthy richness of farmland, the distant tang of the desert that lies beyond the Nile's life-giving reach. As they walk, Jehuti finds himself thinking of the stories he has recorded, the endless variations on themes of death and rebirth, loss and recovery, descent into darkness and triumphant return to light. Every myth, every religious text, every funerary inscription carries echoes of the same fundamental mystery. How does the soul survive the dissolution of the body? How do the dead live again? What lies beyond the threshold that every mortal must eventually cross? The ancient Egyptians have created elaborate answers to these questions. The mummification process that preserves the body for its eventual reunion with the soul. The Book of the Dead with its spells and instructions for navigating the underworld. The massive pyramids and tombs designed to shelter the dead through their long sleep. But beneath all the ritual and preparation, the fundamental mystery remains. What actually happens when we die? Tell me, Chienti says suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. What do you think dreams truly are? Are they messages from the gods, or just echoes of our daily concerns played back in strange forms? It is a question that has puzzled philosophers and priests for generations, and Jehuti considers it carefully before responding. As a scribe, he has learned to value precision in language, to choose his words as carefully as a craftsman selects his tools. Perhaps, he says slowly, they are both. Perhaps the gods speak to us through the same channels that carry our fears and hopes and memories, so that divine messages and human concerns become woven together like threads in a tapestry. The challenge is learning to distinguish between them. They have reached a place where the riverbank curves inward, creating a small, sheltered bay where the water moves more slowly, allowing lotus flowers and water lilies to take root in the shallow depths. The moon's reflection wavers on the surface, broken and reformed by every small movement of the water, and in its shifting light, strange patterns seem to dance. Hieroglyphs written in silver, messages spelled out in ripples and shadow. Chienti kneels at the water's edge, her reflection joining the moon's in the dark mirror of the Nile. As a priestess, she has been trained to look for omens and portents in everything from the flight of birds to the shape of clouds, to read the will of the gods in seemingly random events. But tonight, the signs seem unusually clear, as if the divine realm is making a special effort to communicate with the mortal world. "Look," she whispers, pointing to where a night-blooming lotus has opened its petals despite the darkness, its white flowers glowing like small moons against the dark water. A night lotus. It blooms only when the gods have something important to reveal. Jehuti joins her at the water's edge, his scholarly mind cataloguing details even as his soul responds to the magic of the moment. The lotus is indeed unusual. Most varieties close their petals at sunset and remain closed until dawn, following the pattern of the sun god's daily journey through the underworld. But this one has chosen to bloom under the moon's light, creating a bridge between the solar and lunar mysteries, between the masculine energy of Ra and the feminine wisdom of Isis. As they watch, a gentle wind stirs the water, and the lotus begins to release its petals one by one, each white fragment drifting like a tiny boat carrying prayers to the gods. The sight is hypnotic, meditative, and both watchers find their breathing slowing, their minds settling into the receptive state that makes divine communication possible. And then, as soft as a mother's lullaby, as clear as the first call to prayer at dawn, a voice begins to speak from the heart of the dying lotus, and the first dream of Osiris unfolds like a flower opening to the sun. The first dream, the lotus of prophecy. The voice that emerges from the dissolving lotus flower is neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but carries within it the weight of eternity and the lightness of morning dew. It speaks in the ancient language of the gods, the words that were old when the first pyramid was laid stone upon stone, yet both Chienti and Jehuti understand perfectly, as if the meaning flows directly into their souls, without need for translation. "Children of the two lands," the voice begins, using the traditional name for Egypt that acknowledges both upper and lower regions united under Pharaoh's rule. "You who walk between sleeping and waking, between mortal life and divine mystery. Hear now the first dream of Osiris, lord of the underworld, judge of the dead, the green god who died that others might live. The riverbank around them seems to shimmer and dissolve, and suddenly they are no longer standing beside the familiar Nile, but in a vast garden that exists somewhere between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The air here is thick with the perfume of 1,000 different flowers, each one blooming in impossible colours, lotus petals of deep purple and silver, papyrus flowers that shine like captured sunlight, jasmine vines bearing blossoms that cycle through all the hues of sunset even as they watch. In the centre of this divine garden grows a single lotus of extraordinary size, its stem thick as a cedar tree, its petals broad as shields. But this lotus is like no earthly flower, for each petal bears hieroglyphic inscriptions that shift and change even as they look upon them, writing and rewriting the history of the world in divine script. Osiris himself stands beside the great lotus, though his appearance is not the formal, stylized figure familiar from temple walls and papyrus scrolls. Here, in the realm of dreams, he appears as he truly is, a being of infinite compassion and terrible wisdom, his face bearing the weight of every soul he has judged, his eyes holding the accumulated sorrows and joys of all humanity. His skin holds the green tinge of growing things, marking him as the god of vegetation and renewal, but also the pale cast of one who has known death intimately. He wears the white crown of Upper Egypt, and the red crown of Lower Egypt combined into the double crown of divine Pharaoh. But these two seem to shift and change, sometimes appearing as crowns of light, sometimes as garlands of flowers, sometimes as simple circlets of reeds plucked from the riverbank. "Behold," Osiris says, his voice carrying the authority of divine judgment, but also the gentleness of a father speaking to beloved children, the lotus of prophecy, which blooms not with the cycles of sun and moon, but with the greater rhythms of fate itself. Each petal bears the story of a soul's journey. Each inscription reveals a truth that mortals must learn if they would pass successfully through the trials that await beyond death. Kenti finds herself drawn forward as if by invisible threads, her priestess training allowing her to move comfortably in this space between waking and dreaming. As she approaches the great lotus, the hieroglyphs on its petals become clearer, resolving into readable text that tells stories both familiar and strange. On one petal she reads the tale of a farmer who lived his life with simple honesty, never stealing from his neighbours, never bearing false witness, always leaving part of his harvest for the hungry birds and beasts. When death came for him, his heart weighed exactly as much as the feather of truth, and he passed into the blessed afterlife with no more effort than stepping from one room to another. On another petal she sees the story of a nobleman who accumulated vast wealth, but forgot to accumulate wisdom, who built himself a tomb grander than some pharaohs, but failed to build within himself the qualities that would allow him to inhabit it in peace. His heart, heavy with greed and cruelty, failed the weighing, and he was devoured by Amit, the crocodile-headed goddess who consumes the unworthy dead. But most of the stories are more complex, telling of souls who are neither purely good nor entirely evil, but simply human, flawed, struggling, trying their best with incomplete understanding. These tales speak of redemption earned through suffering, wisdom gained through failure, love discovered in the midst of loss. Jehuti, meanwhile, has noticed that the hieroglyphs are not static, but continue to evolve even as he watches, showing not just what has been, but what might yet be. His scribe's eye catches subtleties that others might miss, the way certain symbols appear more frequently than others, the patterns that suggest deeper meanings, the recurring motifs that hint at universal principles underlying all the individual stories. These are not just records, he realizes aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the dream garden. They are instructions, templates, showing souls how to navigate the challenges that await them. Osiris nods approvingly, and when he smiles, flowers bloom spontaneously in the air around him, falling like gentle rain to carpet the ground with petals of every imaginable colour. Wisdom speaks through the mouth of the scribe, the god says. Yes, The lotus blooms not just with stories of what has been, but with guidance for what must be. For death, you see, is not an ending but a transformation, not a wall but a doorway. And like any doorway, it can be passed through successfully if one knows the proper way to approach it. The great lotus begins to turn slowly, its movement stirring breezes that carry new fragrances, the green scent of Nile mud, the sweet perfume of temple incense, the clean smell of desert air. As it turns, different petals come into view, each revealing new stories, new patterns of meaning. On one petal, Kenty reads of a woman who spent her life as a healer, learning the properties of every plant and herb, the correct procedures for setting bones and treating fevers, the gentle art of easing pain, both physical and spiritual. But she also read of the healer's doubts, her moments of despair when patients died despite her best efforts, her struggles with pride when her successes brought praise and reputation. The story shows the healer's death, a peaceful passing in her sleep after a life fully lived, but then continues to follow her soul's journey through the underworld. Here, her knowledge of healing plants serves her well, for the underworld has its own gardens where souls must gather the herbs needed for their resurrection. Her compassion, tested and strengthened through years of caring for the sick, allows her to recognize the test disguised as suffering and respond with love rather than fear. But perhaps most importantly, her experience with her own doubts and failures has taught her humility, preventing her heart from becoming heavy with spiritual pride. When Osiris weighs her heart against the feather of truth, it balances perfectly, not because she was without flaw, but because she had learned to acknowledge her flaws without being crushed by them. This is the first great secret, Osiris explains as the lotus continues its slow rotation, that the gods do not expect perfection from mortal souls, for perfection belongs to the divine realm alone. What we seek is growth, learning, the willingness to face one's own shadows and transform them into light. Jehuti finds himself thinking of his own life, his years spent recording the words and deeds of others, preserving their stories for future generations. Has he been so focused on documenting other lives that he has failed to fully live his own? Has his careful attention to accuracy and detail masked a deeper avoidance of the messy, imperfect, gloriously chaotic business of being human? As if reading his thoughts, another petal turns into view, this one bearing the story of a scribe remarkably similar to himself. This dream scribe had spent decades in faithful service, recording everything from royal decrees to shopping lists, from religious hymns to love poetry. Like Jehuti, he took pride in his careful handwriting, his accurate memory, his ability to transform spoken words into lasting written records. But the story reveals that this scribe's greatest contribution came not from his official duties, but from the personal journal he kept in secret, recording not just events but his own reflections on their meaning. This private writing, never intended for public consumption, captured something essential about life in his era, the doubts and hopes of ordinary people, the small acts of kindness that never made it into official histories, the quiet heroism of daily survival. When the scribe died, his official records were filed away and eventually forgotten, but his private journal was discovered by his successor, who was so moved by its honesty and insight that he made copies and shared them with other scribes. The words spread, inspiring others to pay attention not just to the grand events of history, but to the human stories behind them. In the underworld, this scribe's heart proved light as the feather of truth precisely because he had learned to value truth over reputation, authenticity over perfection. His willingness to record his own uncertainties and struggles had kept his heart supple, preventing it from hardening into the kind of rigid righteousness that often weighs heavy in the divine scales. The second secret, Osiris continues, his voice growing softer, more intimate, as if sharing a confidence between friends, is that the gods value honesty over achievement, authenticity over reputation. A heart that has known its own darkness and chosen light anyway is far more precious than one that has never been tested. The lotus continues turning, and now both watchers can see that its rotation follows a pattern. showing first stories of failure and redemption, then tales of success tempered by humility, then accounts of love that transcends death, and finally glimpses of the ultimate mystery, the reunion of the soul with its divine source. As the dream progresses, Kenti and Jehuti begin to understand that they are not merely observing these stories but participating in them, learning through direct experience what it means to live a life worthy of resurrection. They find themselves walking through the stories on the lotus petals, experiencing moments of choice and consequence, feeling in their own hearts the weight of moral decisions and their aftermath. In one story, they walk beside a widow who must choose between keeping all her late husband's property for herself or sharing it with his family, who had treated her poorly during his lifetime. They feel her anger at past slights, her fear of poverty, her gradual recognition that generosity might be the path to true security. When she chooses to share, they experience with her the lightness that comes from acting in harmony with divine principles, rather than purely selfish concerns. In another tale, they accompany a soldier who must decide whether to obey orders to attack a village of non-combatants, or to disobey and face punishment for insubordination. They feel his loyalty to his comrades, his fear of being branded a coward, his growing certainty that some orders should not be followed. When he chooses to protect the innocent despite the cost to himself, they share his sense of alignment with something greater than military hierarchy or personal safety. Each story teaches the same fundamental lesson from a different angle, that the heart becomes heavy not from doing wrong things, but from doing things for wrong reasons, that the path to successful resurrection lies not in avoiding all mistakes, but in maintaining a spirit of love and learning despite inevitable failures. As the lotus completes its rotation and begins another cycle, the stories start to focus more specifically on the Egyptian understanding of death and rebirth. They see souls journeying through the duat, the underworld, guided by the spells and incantations recorded in the Book of the Dead. They witness the weighing of hearts in the Hall of Truth, where Osiris sits in judgment while Thoth records the results, and Anubis operates the scales with perfect precision. But now they understand these familiar images in a new way. The journey through the underworld is not a literal passage through physical locations, but a process of soul examination, a systematic review of one's life that allows the soul to understand its own patterns and choices. The weighing of the heart is not a test imposed by external judges, but a moment of perfect self-awareness, when all self-deception falls away and the soul sees itself exactly as it is. The monsters and dangers of the underworld represent not external threats, but internal obstacles, fears, resentments, attachments, and illusions that the soul must overcome to achieve resurrection. The spells in the Book of the Dead are not magic formulas that automatically guarantee safe passage, but reminders of spiritual principles that, if truly understood and embodied, naturally lead to successful transformation. The third secret Osiris reveals as the great lotus begins to glow within a light is that death is not something that happens to you, but something you do, an active process of letting go of everything that is not essential to your true nature. Resurrection is not a reward given by the gods, but a natural result of successful dying, like a snake shedding its old skin to reveal new scales beneath. As the divine garden begins to fade around them, returning them gradually to the moonlit riverbank where their bodies still kneel beside the water, Kenti and Jehuti carry with them the memory of the lotus and its teachings. But they also understand that this first dream is only the beginning, that 4 more visions await them as they continue their night-long journey along the sacred Nile. The dying lotus on the water before them releases its final petal, which drifts toward the shore and comes to rest at Kenti's feet. When she picks it up, she finds that it bears a single hieroglyph, the symbol for truth, inscribed in silver ink that glows softly in the moonlight. They rise and continue walking, understanding now that they are not simply taking a stroll along the riverbank, but embarking on a pilgrimage through the landscape of divine revelation. Each step carries them deeper into the mystery of death and resurrection, each dream bringing new understanding of what it means to be human in a cosmos ruled by gods who themselves have known mortality and transcended it. Behind them, the place where the lotus bloomed shows no sign of the miracle they have witnessed, but both carry within their hearts the certainty that they have glimpsed eternal truth. The first dream of Osiris has planted seeds of understanding that will continue to grow throughout the remaining hours of darkness, preparing them for the greater revelations yet to come. The second dream, the judgment of Anubis. The moon has shifted in its course across the star-jeweled sky, and with its movement the very air along the Nile seems to thicken with anticipation. Kenti and Jehuti walk now in a deeper silence than before, each processing the revelations of the first dream while remaining open to whatever new wisdom might unfold. Their footsteps create a gentle rhythm against the packed earth of the riverbank, a sound that seems to harmonize with the eternal murmur of the Nile's flow. They pass a grove of date palms whose fronds whisper secrets to the night wind, their fruits hanging heavy and sweet, ready for harvest. In daylight, this grove would bustle with workers gathering the dates, their voices calling back and forth as they climb the tall trunks with practiced ease. But now, in the pre-dawn hours, the palms stand like silent guardians, their shadows creating pools of deeper darkness where small night creatures scurry about their mysterious business. A barn owl calls from somewhere in the distance, its voice carrying across the water with haunting clarity. In Egyptian belief, owls are messengers of the night, creatures that can see what mortal eyes cannot, guides for souls navigating the darkness between worlds. The sound seems to beckon them forward, promising new revelations waiting just beyond the next bend in the river. As they walk, Jehuti finds his mind turning to the stories he has recorded of Anubis, the jackal-headed god who guides souls through the underworld and operates the scales of justice in the Hall of Truth. Unlike many Egyptian deities who can be temperamental or even cruel, Anubis is unfailingly just, incapable of favoritism or corruption, devoted to the sacred duty of ensuring that each soul receives exactly what it has earned through its mortal life. Yet for all his importance in Egyptian religion, Anubis remains somewhat mysterious, a god of transitions who belongs fully neither to the world of the living nor the realm of the dead, but serves as bridge between them. His jackal form is fitting, for jackals are creatures of the desert edge, scavengers who feed on death, but also serve the vital function of cleaning away decay, preparing the ground for new life to flourish. I have always wondered, Kenti muses as they pass a small shrine to Anubis marked by offerings of bread and beer left by earlier pilgrims, whether Anubis experiences emotion as we understand it. Does he feel sorrow when a soul fails the weighing? Joy when one passes the test? Or has his divine nature placed him beyond such mortal concerns? It is a question that touches on deeper mysteries about the relationship between gods and humans, about whether divine beings experience existence in ways similar to mortal consciousness, or operate according to principles so different that comparison becomes meaningless. As a priestess, Kenti has felt the presence of the gods during rituals and ceremonies, but these experiences have been more like standing in the warmth of the sun or breathing the fragrance of flowers, a sense of benevolent power rather than personal relationship. Before Jehuti can respond, the familiar shimmer begins at the edges of their vision, and the solid world of riverbank and palm trees starts to dissolve around them. This time, the transformation carries them not to a garden, but to a vast hall whose proportions defy mortal architecture, stretching so far in every direction that its walls disappear into blue-tinted shadow. This is the Hall of Truth, the sacred space where every soul must eventually come to face the final judgment. But unlike the formal, stylized depictions found in tomb paintings and papyrus scrolls, this hall pulses with life and movement, filled with the presence of countless souls in various stages of their journey through death toward resurrection. The ceiling arches impossibly high overhead, decorated with stars that move in their courses, showing not just the nighttime sky, but the eternal patterns that govern fate itself. Columns carved from single blocks of black granite support the roof, each one inscribed with hieroglyphs that tell the complete history of creation, from the first moment when Atum-Ra emerged from the primordial waters to create the universe through his own creative will. At the far end of the hall, barely visible through the blue distance, sits Osiris upon his throne. But between the entrance and the judgment seat stretches a space filled with souls, learning the lessons they need to understand before they can approach the scales of justice. Some sit in quiet meditation, others engage in intense discussions with divine teachers, still others practice rituals of purification that will cleanse their hearts of the accumulated weight of mortal concerns. But it is not Osiris who commands their attention in this dream, but Anubis himself, who stands at the entrance to the hall greeting each arriving soul with the same careful attention he would give to a beloved friend. His jackal head is noble and alert, his dark eyes holding depths of compassion that belie his reputation as stern judge. When he speaks, his voice carries the authority of divine law, but also the gentleness of one who understands suffering intimately. "Welcome, souls of the two lands," Anubis says, and somehow his words seem addressed specifically to Khenti and Jehuti, despite the presence of countless others in the Great Hall. You who seek understanding of the divine mysteries, who would learn what it means to live in preparation for death, hear now the second dream of Osiris, revealed through my own experience as guide and judge. As they watch, Anubis begins to transform, not changing his essential nature, but revealing aspects of himself usually hidden from mortal view. They see him as he was in the beginning, when the gods were young and the patterns of existence still fluid, learning through trial and error what forms would best serve the cosmic order. They witness his first encounter with death, when chaos still threatened to overwhelm creation, and souls faced dissolution rather than transformation. They feel his horror at the waste, his determination to find a better way, his gradual discovery that death could be not ending but doorway if properly understood and navigated. Most surprisingly, they see Anubis learning compassion through his own mistakes, his early judgments that were technically correct but spiritually incomplete, his growing understanding that justice without mercy is mere revenge, while mercy without justice is mere sentimentality. "I was not born knowing how to weigh hearts," Anubis confesses, his voice carrying the weight of eons. "I learned through watching, through making errors, through seeing the consequences of both harshness and indulgence. Each soul that passes through this hall teaches me something new about the infinite complexity of moral choice." A procession begins then, souls approaching the scales of justice not in the orderly line depicted in tomb paintings, but in the organic flow of readiness, each coming forward when they have completed their preparation and learned what they need to understand about their own lives. Khenti and Jehuti find themselves able to observe these weighings, but more than that, they experience them from multiple perspectives simultaneously, seeing through the eyes of the soul being judged, feeling the careful attention with which Anubis operates the scales, sensing the deep compassion with which Thoth records each result, understanding the perfect justice of the process even when it results in consequences that would seem harsh to mortal sensibilities. One soul approaches whose heart proves heavy with resentment, weighted down by years of nursing grievances against family members, employers, neighbours, and eventually life itself. But as the scales tip toward condemnation, Anubis does not simply pronounce judgment and move on. Instead, he engages the soul in gentle questioning, helping it to understand how the resentment served as protection against deeper hurts, why forgiveness seemed impossible from within the limited perspective of mortal life. Through this process, the soul begins to see its own patterns more clearly, recognizing how the need to be right had become more important than the desire to be happy, how the identity of victim had provided a sense of righteousness that compensated for feelings of powerlessness. The heart does not become lighter through this understanding. The weighing reveals truth, not wishful thinking, but the soul gains the knowledge it needs to begin the process of transformation. Instead of being devoured by Amit, this soul is sent to one of the underworld's gardens of healing, where it will have time and guidance to learn new patterns of response, to practice forgiveness until it becomes natural rather than forced, to discover that letting go of resentment opens space for experiences that are infinitely more satisfying than righteous indignation. This is the first aspect of divine justice, Anubis explains as they watch the soul depart with obvious relief, that condemnation is not punishment, but education, not revenge, but opportunity. The underworld contains not just places of torment, but schools of transformation, not just judgment, but the resources needed to heal what was wounded in mortal life. Another soul approaches, this one radiating such intense shame that the very air around it seems to dim. As Kenti and Jehuti observe through their dream vision, they understand that this shame stems not from any great crime, but from a lifetime of small choices that gradually eroded the soul's sense of its own worth. Each compromise, each moment of choosing comfort over courage, each time it remained silent when speaking might have helped someone else, had accumulated like silt in a stagnant pool. Yet when Anubis places this heart upon the scales, something unexpected happens. Instead of weighing heavy as they all expect, the heart proves surprisingly light, rising almost to balance with the feather of truth. The shame, the observers realize, was not additional weight, but evidence that the soul had maintained its essential integrity, its capacity to recognize right from wrong, even when failing to live up to its own standards. Shame that comes from genuine conscience is not a burden, but a gift, Anubis observes gently, for it indicates that the moral sense remains alive and functioning. It is only when the conscience dies, when the soul no longer recognizes the difference between right and wrong, that the heart becomes truly heavy with spiritual corruption. The soul of shame passes easily into the fields of peace, where it will learn to forgive itself as completely as it had already forgiven others, where its very sensitivity to moral nuance will be transformed from a source of suffering into a tool for helping other souls navigate their own ethical challenges. As the weighings continue, Kenti and Jehuti begin to perceive patterns that would not be visible from any single perspective. They see that Anubis does not judge according to rigid rules, but rather according to principles that take into account each soul's unique circumstances, limitations, and opportunities. A pharaoh who fails to use his power wisely faces different standards than a slave who never had the chance to make significant choices. A person born with natural intelligence is expected to develop wisdom, while one born with physical strength is expected to protect the vulnerable. Most importantly, they begin to understand that the weighing of the heart measures not the soul's achievement, but its direction, not its perfection, but its genuine effort to grow toward the light. A heart that has struggled against its own darkness and made slow progress is valued more highly than one that has never been tested but never grown. The second aspect of divine justice, Anubis continues as they observe a particularly complex weighing involving a soul that had achieved great worldly success but remained spiritually stunted, is that the gods judge according to potential realized rather than achievements accumulated. A soul that has grown toward love and wisdom from a foundation of hatred and ignorance is more precious than one that started with advantages but failed to develop them. The successful but spiritually impoverished soul does not pass the weighing, but neither is it destroyed. Instead, it is assigned to work in the underworld's libraries, where it will catalogue the stories of other souls and gradually learn to value inner development over external accomplishment. The work is both humbling and educational, breaking down the pride that prevented growth while providing countless examples of how other souls have navigated similar challenges. As the dream progresses, Kenti and Jehuti find themselves drawn deeper into the mystery of divine justice, understanding not just its mechanisms but its essential nature. They see that Anubis serves not as an external judge imposing arbitrary standards, but as a kind of cosmic mirror that allows each soul to see itself with perfect clarity, understanding exactly how its choices have shaped its spiritual development. The scales themselves, they realize, are not mechanical devices but expressions of cosmic law as natural and inevitable as gravity or the flow of rivers toward the sea. The feather of truth represents not an abstract principle, but the actual weight of authentic existence, the lightness that comes when a soul learns to live in harmony with its deepest nature, rather than fighting against it. They witness souls whose hearts balance perfectly with the feather, and see that these are not necessarily the ones who have lived without error, but those who have learned to transform error into wisdom, who have developed the capacity to love despite disappointment, to maintain hope despite suffering, to choose generosity despite having experienced cruelty. The third aspect of divine justice Anubis reveals as the procession of souls continues is that it measures not what you have avoided but what you have become. A soul that has never faced temptation has not proven its virtue, while one that has faced temptation and gradually developed the strength to resist it has actually accomplished something of value. One particularly moving weighing involves a soul that had committed serious crimes in mortal life, but had spent its final years genuinely attempting to make amends, dedicating every remaining moment to helping those it had previously harmed. The heart bears the weight of past actions, but also shows the transformation that suffering and remorse can produce when met with courage rather than denial. This soul's heart wavers on the scales, neither fully heavy nor completely light, balanced at the precise point where justice and mercy meet. After careful consideration, Anubis assigns it to serve as a guide for other souls struggling with similar challenges, its own journey through darkness and back toward light, making it uniquely qualified to help others navigate the same treacherous path. The dream begins to shift then, showing them not just individual weighings but the larger patterns that emerge when countless souls pass through the judgment hall. They see that the process serves not just to sort souls into categories of worthy and unworthy, but to create a vast educational system where every soul learns from every other, where the struggles and victories of each individual contribute to the wisdom available to all. They understand that the underworld is not a static realm of eternal reward and punishment, but a dynamic space of continued growth and development, where souls work together to heal old wounds, develop new capacities, and prepare for their eventual return to the world of the living in new forms. The final aspect of divine justice, Anubis concludes as the vision begins to fade around them, is that it serves love rather than law, growth rather than retribution. The purpose of judgment is not to condemn but to educate, not to punish but to heal, not to separate but ultimately to reunite all souls with their divine source. As they return gradually to awareness of their physical bodies kneeling beside the Nile, Kenti and Jehuti carry with them a transformed understanding of death and judgment. The fear that had lurked at the edges of their consciousness, the worry that they might prove unworthy of resurrection, has been replaced by a deeper recognition that the very desire to be worthy is itself evidence of worthiness, that the gods judge not with the harsh standards of perfectionist mortals, but with the patient wisdom of parents watching beloved children learn to walk. The second lotus petal appears at the water's edge, this one bearing the hieroglyph for balance, the same symbol used to represent both justice and truth. When Kenti picks it up, she notices that it seems to have weight and weightlessness simultaneously, somehow perfectly balanced between substance and spirit. They rise and continue their journey along the moonlit riverbank, understanding now that they are not moving through space so much as through layers of revelation, each dream building upon the last to create a complete picture of the mysteries that await every soul beyond the threshold of death. The night air carries new fragrances now, the sharp scent of desert sage, the green smell of oasis palms, the distant perfume of temple gardens where night-blooming flowers open their petals to the moon. Somewhere in the distance, a group of fishermen begins their pre-dawn work, their voices calling softly across the water as they prepare their nets for the day's catch. But Kenti and Jehuti walk in a bubble of sacred time where the normal rhythms of daily life cannot intrude, where the voice of Osiris continues to speak through dreams and visions, revealing the secrets that every soul must eventually learn. 2 dreams have passed, and 3 more await them before the sun rises to end this night of divine revelation. The 3rd dream, the star's guidance. The Nile flows beside them with increasing urgency now, as if the river itself senses the approaching dawn and hurries to complete its nightly journey toward the eastern horizon. The sound of moving water creates a constant, gentle percussion that seems to match the rhythm of their heartbeats, and both Kenti and Jehuti find themselves walking in step with this ancient music, their breath synchronizing with the eternal flow that has sustained Egypt since the beginning of time. Above them, the constellation of Sahu, which the Greeks will one day call Orion, reaches its highest point in the star-filled sky. To Egyptian eyes, this stellar pattern represents Osiris himself in his celestial form, his arms outstretched in eternal blessing, his body outlined in points of light that have guided navigators and dreamers for countless generations. Tonight, the stars seem especially bright, as if the god of resurrection has increased their luminosity to better illuminate the path his followers must walk. A gentle breeze stirs the palm fronds overhead, carrying with it the scent of night-blooming cereus, those mysterious flowers that open only in darkness and close before the first ray of dawn touches the earth. The fragrance is intoxicating without being overwhelming, sweet without being cloying, perfect in its delicate balance between presence and absence. As they walk, Jehuti finds himself thinking about navigation, both literal and metaphorical. As a scribe, he has recorded many documents related to trade expeditions that follow the Nile north toward the Mediterranean or south toward Nubia, and he has always been fascinated by the skill required to read the subtle signs that indicate direction, distance, and destination. But tonight, he begins to understand that the same principles apply to the soul's navigation through the mysteries of existence. Just as a ship's captain must know how to read wind patterns, star positions, and water currents to reach his intended port, so must every soul learn to read the spiritual signs that indicate whether it is moving toward enlightenment or away from it, toward union with the divine or deeper into the illusions that separate mortal consciousness from eternal truth. "I have been thinking," Kenti says softly, her voice barely audible above the river's murmur, "about the stories carved in temple walls, the ones that show souls journeying through the underworld with the Book of the Dead as their guide. But now I wonder, are the spells and instructions in that book truly necessary, or are they simply external expressions of wisdom that the soul must ultimately discover within itself?" It is a profound question that touches on the relationship between religious authority and personal experience, between received tradition and direct revelation. As a priestess, Kenti has spent years mastering the formal liturgies and ritual procedures that connect mortals with divine power, but the dreams of Osiris have shown her possibilities that extend far beyond conventional religious practice. Before Jehuti can formulate a response, the familiar shimmer begins at the edges of their perception, and the solid world of riverbank and starlight begins to dissolve around them. This time, the transition carries them not to an interior space, but high above the earth, soaring through the night sky among the very stars they had been observing from below. Here, in the celestial realm where divine beings move like living constellations across the vault of heaven, they find themselves in the presence of Sopdet, the star goddess known to future civilizations as Sirius, whose annual rising signals the flooding of the Nile and the renewal of life throughout Egypt. Sopdet appears not as the distant point of light visible from Earth, but as a radiant being of incomparable beauty, her form outlined in silver fire, her movements creating ripples of luminescence that spread across the cosmic darkness like waves upon a midnight sea. When she speaks, her voice carries the music of the spheres, the harmonic resonance that keeps planets in their orbits and seasons in their cycles. "Children of the earth," she greets them, her words somehow audible despite the vast silence of space. "You who seek understanding of the soul's journey beyond death receive now the third dream of Osiris, revealed through the eternal patterns that govern both celestial movements and spiritual development." As they watch in wonder, Sopdet begins to move through the star field, and her motion illuminates pathways of light that connect star to star, constellation to constellation, creating a vast map of spiritual navigation that encompasses the entire visible universe. These paths, they realize, are not arbitrary lines drawn between random points of light, but actual routes that souls can follow in their journey toward divine reunion. "Behold," Sopdet explains, as she traces one particularly luminous pathway, the roads that lead from earthly existence through the various realms of being toward the ultimate source of all light. Just as the Nile provides a highway for commerce and communication throughout Egypt, so do these stellar paths provide routes for souls travelling between the material and spiritual dimensions of existence. The map that unfolds before them is breathtakingly complex, yet somehow comprehensible, showing not just the routes themselves, but the landmarks that help travelling souls maintain their direction. They see that certain stars serve as waypoints where souls can rest and receive guidance, while others mark dangerous passages where the unwary might become lost in cosmic illusions or trapped by their own unresolved attachments. Most remarkably, they begin to understand that this stellar navigation system is not imposed upon souls from outside, but emerges naturally from the structure of consciousness itself. Just as water flows downhill according to the laws of gravity, so do awakened souls move naturally toward greater light, greater truth, greater love when they learn to recognize and follow their deepest impulses toward transcendence. The first secret of stellar navigation, Sopdet reveals as she guides them along one of the luminous pathways, is that every soul carries within itself a perfect compass that always points toward its divine source. The challenge is learning to distinguish this authentic guidance from the false signals generated by fear, desire, and ignorance. They find themselves experiencing directly what she means, feeling within their own consciousness the subtle pull toward truth that operates beneath the surface noise of everyday mental activity. It is like discovering a quiet stream beneath the chaos of a marketplace, a constant flow of pure awareness that remains unaffected by the temporary turbulence of thoughts and emotions. As they travel deeper into the stellar realm, they encounter other souls making the same journey, some moving with the confident ease of experienced navigators, others struggling against currents they do not understand, still others resting at the stellar waypoints to recover from challenges that had temporarily overwhelmed their spiritual resources. One soul, they observe, has become fascinated by a particularly beautiful nebula and lost sight of its intended destination, captivated by swirling colours and patterns that represent neither illusion nor truth, but simply cosmic phenomena that have no bearing on spiritual development. Sopdet approaches this soul with gentle guidance, helping it to appreciate the nebula's beauty without becoming attached to it, to continue its journey while carrying the memory of wonder rather than the burden of possessiveness. The second secret, the star goddess explains, is that the path itself is as important as the destination. Souls that rush toward enlightenment without paying attention to what they encounter along the way often miss the very experiences that would make enlightenment meaningful and stable. Another soul has encountered a region of cosmic darkness, where the usual landmarks are obscured and navigation becomes a matter of faith rather than sight. This soul has responded to the challenge by stopping completely, afraid to move in any direction, lest it make the wrong choice, and become even more lost than before. But as they watch, Sopdet demonstrates that darkness itself can serve as a navigation aid if properly understood. She shows the paralyzed soul how to feel for the subtle gravitational influences of nearby stars, how to sense the direction of cosmic currents even when they cannot be seen, how to trust the internal compass that continues to function even when external references disappear. The third secret, she continues as the soul begins moving again with newfound confidence, is that periods of spiritual darkness are not obstacles to navigation, but essential parts of the journey. It is only by learning to find direction without external guidance that souls develop the inner strength necessary for the final approach to divine union. As their celestial journey continues, Kenti and Jehuti begin to perceive patterns within patterns, understanding that the stellar map reveals not just routes for individual souls, but the larger cosmic rhythm that governs the evolution of consciousness itself. They see that all souls are ultimately making the same journey, though each must find its own path and learn its own lessons along the way. They witness the great cycles that carry countless souls out from their divine source into the complexity of material existence, and then gradually back towards spiritual reunion, each cycle adding new experiences and understanding to the cosmic treasury of wisdom. Individual lives, they realize, are like single notes in a vast symphony, each one necessary for the complete expression of divine creativity. The star goddess guides them to a particularly radiant region where souls that have completed their journey serve as guides and teachers for those still travelling the pathways. Here, they see former pharaohs working alongside former slaves, great priests learning from simple farmers, scholars receiving instruction from children who died young but possessed unusual spiritual clarity. The fourth secret, Sopdet reveals, is that in the realm of spirit, all earthly hierarchies dissolve into the recognition that every soul has something unique to contribute to the collective understanding. Wisdom comes not from accumulated knowledge, but from the willingness to learn from every encounter, every experience, every moment of connection with another consciousness. They observe teaching sessions where advanced souls share not lectures or formal instruction, but direct transmission of understanding, allowing less experienced travellers to temporarily experience higher states of consciousness and understand what awaits them as they continue their development. These glimpses of greater possibility serve not to create spiritual pride, but to inspire continued effort, showing souls that their destination is not only achievable, but more wonderful than anything they had previously imagined. As the dream progresses, Kenti and Jehuti find themselves gradually understanding their own position within this cosmic navigation system. They see that their current journey along the Nile, their encounters with the dreams of Osiris, their growing comprehension of death and resurrection, are all part of their soul's preparation for the greater journey that awaits every mortal consciousness. They begin to recognize signs they had previously overlooked, moments in their daily lives when they had felt the subtle pull toward greater truth, instances when they had chosen love over fear or wisdom over ignorance, without fully understanding the significance of their choices. Their ordinary experiences, they realize, have been preparing them for extraordinary possibilities. The final secret of stellar navigation, Sopdet concludes as she prepares to return them to earthly awareness, is that the journey and the destination are not separate things. Every step taken in the direction of truth is itself a form of arrival. Every moment of choosing love over fear is itself a kind of resurrection. Every act of kindness or wisdom is itself a participation in divine nature. The stellar realm begins to fade around them, but not before they receive a final gift, a vision of their own souls as points of light within the cosmic navigation system, connected by luminous threads to every other consciousness, part of an infinite network of mutual support and guidance that ensures no soul need ever travel alone. As they return to awareness of their physical bodies standing beside the flowing Nile, they carry with them not just the memory of what they have seen, but an actual enhancement of their spiritual perception, a lasting ability to sense the subtle currents and directions that guide the soul's development. The night sky above them looks different now, not just a collection of distant stars, but a living map of possibilities, a constant reminder that they are part of something immeasurably larger and more meaningful than their individual existence. The third lotus petal awaits them at the water's edge, this one bearing the hieroglyph for direction or guidance, a symbol that represents both the physical act of navigation and the spiritual process of finding one's true path. When Jehuti picks it up, he feels a subtle shift in his consciousness, as if some internal compass has been calibrated more precisely, making him more sensitive to the gentle influences that guide souls toward their highest potential. They continue their nocturnal pilgrimage with renewed sense of purpose, understanding now that they are not simply observing the mysteries of death and resurrection, but actively participating in them, allowing their own souls to be transformed by each revelation. 2 more dreams await them before dawn, and already they sense that the approaching visions will bring them to the heart of the mystery they have been circling all night, the ultimate secret of what lies beyond death for those who learn to navigate the spiritual realms with wisdom and love. The 4th dream, the Pharaoh's rebirth. The eastern horizon has begun to show the faintest suggestion of change, not yet light, but a subtle lessening of the absolute darkness that has cloaked the land throughout their journey. This is the hour that the ancient Egyptians call the time between times, when the boundary between night and day becomes permeable, when the solar bark of Ra begins its ascent from the underworld toward the realm of the living, bringing with it the promise of renewal and resurrection. Khenti and Jehuti have reached a section of the riverbank where ancient monuments rise from the fertile ground like dreams made manifest in stone. These are not the Great Pyramids of Giza, which lie far to the north, but smaller structures that mark the burial places of provincial governors and high priests, men and women who served their pharaohs faithfully and earned the right to eternal rest in the shadow of the sacred Nile. The monuments stand in various stages of preservation, some still pristine, their limestone facing gleaming pale in the starlight, others worn by centuries of wind and flood into graceful ruins that seem to blend naturally with the landscape. Each one represents countless hours of labour by skilled artisans, tons of stone quarried and transported over vast distances, fortunes spent to ensure that the deceased would have appropriate shelter for their journey through the afterlife. But more than mere tombs, these structures serve as libraries of stone, their walls covered with hieroglyphic texts that preserve the accumulated wisdom of Egyptian civilization. Here are recorded the prayers that ease the soul's passage through the underworld, the spells that protect against spiritual dangers, the maps that show the proper routes through the various levels of existence beyond death. As they walk among these monuments to mortality and transcendence, Jehuti finds himself thinking about the pharaohs he has served, the god-kings who embody the principle of divine authority made manifest in human form. The current pharaoh, Amenemhat III, is widely regarded as one of Egypt's greatest rulers, a master of both military strategy and domestic policy, who has brought peace and prosperity to the two lands. Yet even pharaohs must die, must face the same judgment that awaits every soul, must navigate the same spiritual challenges that confront farmer and noble alike. The divine nature that makes a pharaoh capable of ruling also makes his death particularly significant. For when a god-king dies and is successfully resurrected, it demonstrates that the principles of renewal and transcendence apply not just to ordinary mortals, but to the cosmic order itself. I have often wondered, Khenti muses as they pause before a particularly elaborate tomb entrance, its doorway flanked by statues of protective deities, what it must be like for a pharaoh to face death. Does the divine nature within him make the transition easier, or does the responsibility of kingship create additional challenges that ordinary souls need not confront? It is a question that touches on the mystery of divine incarnation, the process by which eternal principles take temporary form in mortal flesh without losing their essential nature. The pharaoh is believed to be simultaneously human and divine, subject to earthly limitations yet possessed of cosmic authority, capable of error and suffering yet responsible for maintaining the cosmic order that keeps chaos at bay. Before Jehuti can respond with his own thoughts on the matter, the familiar shimmer begins at the edges of their vision, and the solid world of monuments and starlight begins to dissolve around them. This time, the transformation carries them into a vast underground chamber, unlike anything depicted in conventional tomb paintings or religious texts. This is the secret burial chamber of Kamwaset, a pharaoh from centuries past whose tomb was never found by mortal archaeologists, but whose spiritual significance extends far beyond his historical importance. The chamber itself defies the normal laws of architecture, stretching impossibly far in all directions while simultaneously feeling intimate and personal, as if designed to accommodate both the cosmic scope of divine authority and the individual humanity of the soul who occupies it. The walls are covered with hieroglyphs that seem to write and rewrite themselves even as they watch, telling not just the story of this particular pharaoh's life and death, but the eternal tale of how divine consciousness learns to inhabit mortal form without being diminished by the experience. Golden braziers filled with sacred oils provide illumination that reveals new details with every flicker of flame, while the air carries fragrances that blend earthly spices with otherworldly essences that have no names in mortal languages. At the centre of the chamber lies the pharaoh himself, not as a mummified corpse, but as a being in the process of active transformation. His body appears to be made of light and shadow woven together, sometimes solid enough to cast reflections on the polished stone floor, sometimes translucent as morning mist, always radiating a presence that combines royal authority with the humble wisdom that comes from experiencing both the heights of power and the depths of mortality. As they watch in wonder, Khaymaset begins to speak, his voice carrying the measured cadence of one accustomed to having his words recorded for posterity, yet also the informal warmth of someone speaking to trusted friends rather than distant subjects. Welcome, seekers of wisdom, you who walk the boundary between sleeping and waking, between mortal life and divine mystery. Hear now the fourth dream of Osiris, revealed through my own journey from earthly kingship through death to resurrection, a path that every soul must ultimately walk regardless of the station they occupied in life. The chamber begins to shift around them, its walls becoming transparent to reveal scenes from the pharaoh's mortal existence. They see him as a young prince learning the arts of war and statecraft, struggling with the weight of expectations and the knowledge that millions of souls depend on his wisdom and strength. They witness his coronation, the moment when divine authority descended upon him like a mantle of fire, transforming him from merely human to something greater, yet also imposing responsibilities that would shape every moment of his remaining life. The first challenge of divine incarnation, Khaymaset explains as they observe his early years of rule, is learning to distinguish between the divine wisdom that flows through you and the personal desires that arise from your human nature. A pharaoh who confuses his own will with divine will becomes a tyrant, while one who doubts his access to divine guidance becomes ineffective. They see the young pharaoh grappling with this challenge, learning through trial and error when to trust his intuitive understanding of what Egypt needed, and when to seek counsel from priests, advisors, and the common people themselves. They witness his mistakes, decisions made from pride rather than wisdom, policies implemented for personal glory rather than the greater good, and observe how he learned to recognize and correct these errors before they caused lasting damage. Most importantly, they see him developing the capacity to serve as a channel for divine will while maintaining his individual humanity, learning to be simultaneously personal and impersonal, individual and universal, mortal and eternal. It is a delicate balance that requires constant attention and adjustment, like a musician learning to play an instrument that changes its tuning with every note. The second challenge, the pharaoh continues as the scenes shift to show him in his prime, is learning to wield divine authority without being corrupted by it. Power has a tendency to insulate those who possess it from the consequences of their decisions, making it easier to ignore suffering they could prevent or to prioritize their own comfort over the welfare of those they serve. They observe incidents where the pharaoh could have used his authority for personal benefit, but chose instead to accept limitations and sacrifices for the greater good. They see him imposing restrictions on his own luxury to ensure resources were available for public works, refusing gifts that would have created obligations to particular nobles or foreign powers, accepting personal criticism from advisors who challenged policies they believed were misguided. But they also witnessed the loneliness that comes with such responsibility, the isolation that results when every relationship is complicated by considerations of power and protocol. They see how the divine nature within him gradually learned to find fulfillment in service itself rather than in personal relationships or material pleasures, how the human heart expanded to encompass not just individual affection, but love for all souls under his protection. As the visions progress, they begin to understand that the pharaoh's life served as a kind of cosmic experiment, testing whether divine consciousness could inhabit human form without losing its essential nature or becoming trapped by mortal limitations. Each challenge he faced, each decision he made, each moment of choosing between personal desire and divine duty contributed to this larger investigation into the relationship between spirit and matter. The third challenge, Khaymaset reveals as the scenes shift to show his later years, is learning to prepare for death without abandoning life, to maintain awareness of your eternal nature while fully engaging with temporal responsibilities. A pharaoh who becomes too focused on earthly concerns loses touch with the divine source of his authority, while one who becomes too detached from worldly affairs fails to serve those who depend on him. they witness the aging pharaoh's careful balance between planning for his successor and continuing to govern effectively, between preparing his soul for the journey beyond death and remaining fully present to the needs of his people. They see him studying the sacred texts with new understanding, participating in religious rituals with deeper appreciation, while simultaneously maintaining his attention to matters of taxation, defence, and public works. Most remarkably, they observe how his approaching death gradually transformed his understanding of kingship itself. Instead of seeing divine authority as something he possessed, he began to recognize it as something that flowed through him, a cosmic principle that would continue to operate through his successors and ultimately through every soul that learned to align itself with divine will. The chamber begins to transform again, its walls becoming transparent to reveal the pharaoh's actual death, not the gradual decline of illness or the sudden shock of violence, but a conscious, deliberate transition in which the soul withdrew from the body like a hand withdrawing from a glove, leaving behind the physical form while retaining every essential aspect of identity and awareness. Death, Khemosset explains as they witness this extraordinary process, is not something that happens to a soul, but something a soul does, an active choice to release attachment to one form of existence in order to embrace greater possibilities. For those who have learned to identify with their divine nature, rather than their mortal personality, death becomes not a loss but a liberation. They see his soul's journey through the underworld, but unlike the trials and challenges described in the Book of the Dead, his passage appears effortless, almost joyful. The monsters that threaten unprepared souls recognize his divine authority and step aside. The riddles that confuse the spiritually immature resolve themselves automatically in the presence of one who has spent a lifetime learning to think with divine wisdom. Most significantly, when he reaches the hall of truth for the weighing of his heart, the scales balance perfectly before Anubis even places the heart upon them. The lifetime of conscious service, of subordinating personal will to divine purpose, of learning to love all souls as expressions of the same divine source, has refined his heart to exactly the weight of truth itself. The fourth challenge, the pharaoh reveals as his successful resurrection unfolds before them, is learning to return to divine service in new forms, to continue the work of cosmic evolution without attachment to the particular identity you inhabited during mortal life. Resurrection is not a return to previous existence, but a graduation to greater possibilities of service and understanding. They witness Khemosset in his resurrected form, no longer bound by the limitations of physical embodiment, yet retaining all the wisdom and compassion developed during his earthly reign. He serves now as a guide and teacher for other souls making the transition from mortality to eternity, helping pharaohs and peasants alike to understand what it means to align individual will with cosmic purpose. But more than individual resurrection, they begin to perceive how his successful transformation contributes to the resurrection of divine consciousness itself within the cosmic order. Each soul that learns to embody divine principles during mortal life adds to the total amount of awakened awareness in existence, gradually transforming the universe itself into a more conscious, more loving, more wise expression of infinite creativity. The final secret of divine incarnation, Khemosset concludes as the vision begins to fade around them, is that there is ultimately no separation between individual resurrection and cosmic resurrection, between personal enlightenment and universal awakening. Every soul that learns to die consciously and be reborn spiritually contributes to the resurrection of the divine nature within all existence. As they return to awareness of their physical body standing among the ancient monuments beside the Nile, Khenti and Jehuti carry with them a transformed understanding of authority, service, and the purpose of human life itself. They see now that every soul, regardless of its earthly station, has the opportunity to serve as a vehicle for divine consciousness, to learn through mortal experience what it means to embody eternal principles in temporal form. The fourth lotus petal awaits them at the water's edge, this one bearing the hieroglyph for resurrection, a symbol that represents not just life after death, but the ongoing process of spiritual renewal that can begin in any moment when a soul chooses to align itself with its divine nature. When Khenti picks it up, she feels a subtle expansion of her consciousness, as if some inner authority she had never recognized has awakened and begun to function. They continue their sacred journey with growing anticipation, sensing that the final dream will bring them to the culmination of everything they have learned throughout this night of divine revelation. The eastern horizon shows more definite signs of approaching dawn, but they understand now that sunrise will not end their spiritual journey, but mark its true beginning, the moment when they must begin to integrate the wisdom of Osiris's dreams into their daily lives as servants of the eternal principles that govern all existence. The fifth dream, Isis's eternal vow. The pre-dawn air carries a quality unlike any other time of day or night, a sense of infinite possibility balanced on the knife edge between darkness and light. The stars have begun to fade, not yet overwhelmed by solar radiance, but somehow less insistent than they were at midnight, as if they understand that their time of dominance is drawing to a close, and they must soon yield the sky to their cosmic counterpart. Kenti and Jehuti have reached a place along the riverbank where the Nile curves in a great arc, creating a natural amphitheatre of water and land that seems designed for sacred gatherings. Here, generations of priests and pilgrims have come to perform the dawn rituals that welcome Ra's return from his nightly journey through the underworld, ceremonies that celebrate the eternal victory of light over darkness, order over chaos, life over death. The ground beneath their feet has been worn smooth by countless sacred processions, and the air still holds faint traces of incense from ceremonies performed hours or days or years before. Ancient sycamore trees provide natural columns for this outdoor temple, their branches reaching toward the sky like upraised arms in eternal prayer, their leaves whispering secrets that have been passed down from tree to tree since the first dawn broke over the valley of the Nile. It is here, in this sacred space where heaven and earth meet, at the margin of the life-giving river, that they will receive the final dream of Osiris, the culminating vision that will weave together all the threads of wisdom they have gathered throughout their night-long journey. Both pilgrims sense the approaching climax of their spiritual odyssey, feeling within their hearts a building resonance like the hum of a temple bell just before it is struck. The water before them reflects the last of the starlight with unusual clarity, creating a mirror so perfect it seems to extend infinitely downward, as if the Nile at this moment connects not just the highlands of the south with the delta of the north, but all the levels of existence from the deepest underworld to the highest heaven. Small wavelets lap gently against the shore, each one catching and releasing fragments of celestial light in patterns that seem meaningful yet remain just beyond the edge of interpretation. A night heron calls from somewhere across the water, its voice carrying the haunting beauty of all nocturnal creatures who serve as bridges between the daylight world of conscious activity and the twilight realm of dreams and visions. The sound echoes off the water and returns transformed, as if the river itself has added harmonies that make the simple bird call into something approaching music. "We have learned much this night," Kenti observes softly, her voice filled with wonder at the revelations they have received, about the nature of death and judgment, about the paths that souls must travel, about the responsibilities that come with divine authority. But I sense that one mystery remains, perhaps the greatest mystery of all. Jehuti nods, understanding exactly what she means. Throughout their journey they have encountered Osiris primarily as judge and teacher, the god who presides over death and resurrection with perfect wisdom and absolute justice. But Egyptian mythology speaks of another aspect of the divine story, one that touches even more deeply on the fundamental questions of existence and meaning. For Osiris did not achieve his divine status through remote perfection, but through personal experience of loss, suffering, and the seemingly impossible task of rebuilding life from the fragments of death. His resurrection was not a solo achievement, but the result of love so profound it could transcend the ultimate separation, devotion so complete it could accomplish what seemed beyond the reach of even divine power. "Isis," Jehuti whispers, speaking the name of the goddess whose love made Osiris's resurrection possible, whose determination refused to accept death as final, whose wisdom discovered the secret of gathering scattered pieces and making them whole again. The final dream must concern Isis, for without her, all the wisdom we have gained would remain merely theoretical knowledge rather than lived truth. As if summoned by the speaking of her name, the familiar shimmer begins at the edges of their vision. But this time the transformation is gentler, more gradual, like awakening slowly from peaceful sleep, rather than being suddenly transported to another realm. The solid world of riverbank and starlight does not disappear but becomes transparent, revealing deeper layers of reality that exist simultaneously with ordinary perception. They find themselves still standing beside the Nile, but the river has become something more than water flowing between earthly banks. It pulses with the rhythm of cosmic circulation, the eternal movement of divine love from source to manifestation, and back to source again. The stars above are no longer distant points of light but living consciousnesses, participating in a vast communication that encompasses all levels of existence. And walking toward them across the water, her feet touching the surface as lightly as morning mist, comes Isis herself in all her glory as the Divine Mother, the eternal feminine principle that makes creation and resurrection possible. She appears not in the formal, stylized manner of temple art, but as she truly is, a being of infinite compassion and indomitable will, radiant with the accumulated love of countless eons, yet intimately present to each individual moment of suffering and joy. Her form seems to contain all possible expressions of femininity, maiden and mother and crone, lover and sister and daughter, shifting gracefully between aspects as the needs of the moment require. Sometimes she appears as the young goddess discovering the first stirrings of creative power, sometimes as the mature woman whose love calls forth life from apparent emptiness, sometimes as the ancient crone whose wisdom encompasses all possibilities of existence. But in every aspect her eyes hold the same quality of absolute acceptance, combined with fierce determination, the look of one who has seen the worst that existence can offer, yet refuses to abandon hope, who has experienced the deepest loss yet continues to believe in the possibility of reunion and renewal. "My children," she greets them, her voice carrying maternal warmth that seems to heal wounds they had not even known they carried. "You who have walked the night paths seeking understanding of the mysteries that await beyond death, receive now the final dream of Osiris, revealed through my own journey from loss to recovery, from despair to triumph, from separation to eternal union." As she speaks, the air around them begins to shimmer with scenes from the great myth that forms the foundation of Egyptian understanding about death and resurrection. They see Osiris in his original glory as the benevolent god-king who brought civilization and abundance to the earth, teaching mortals the arts of agriculture, governance, and spiritual development. But they also witness the tragedy that interrupted this golden age, the jealousy of Set, Osiris's brother, whose nature embodied the destructive forces that exist within all creation. They see Set's gradual corruption by envy and resentment, his careful planning of betrayal, his eventual success in murdering Osiris and dismembering the divine body, scattering the pieces throughout Egypt in an attempt to make resurrection impossible. This is the first great teaching, Isis explains as they witness these painful events, that even divine beings are not immune to the forces of destruction and dissolution that operate throughout creation. Chaos is not external to the cosmic order, but exists within it as a necessary component, for without the possibility of breakdown, there could be no appreciation of wholeness, without the experience of loss, no understanding of the preciousness of what is possessed. They feel with her the devastating grief that followed the discovery of Osiris's fate, the sense that not just a beloved husband and brother had been lost, but that the principle of benevolent order itself had been defeated by the forces of chaos and destruction. For if Osiris could be destroyed, if goodness and wisdom could be overpowered by jealousy and hatred, what hope remained for any soul seeking meaning and purpose in existence? But they also witnessed the moment when grief transformed into determination, when Isis refused to accept the apparent finality of death and began the seemingly impossible task of searching throughout Egypt for the scattered pieces of her beloved's body. This search, they understand, represents more than a mythological adventure. It symbolizes the soul's refusal to accept separation from its divine source, the determination to find wholeness despite all evidence that such wholeness has been permanently destroyed. The second teaching, Isis continues as they experience with her the long, difficult process of searching and gathering, is that love possesses a power that transcends all other forces in existence. Not the sentimental emotion that mortals often mistake for love, but the fundamental recognition that all apparent separations are temporary illusions, that what belongs together will ultimately be reunited despite any obstacles that may temporarily keep them apart. The search takes them through every corner of Egypt, from the cataracts of the south to the marshes of the delta, through bustling cities and remote villages, into temples and tombs and the humble dwellings of fishermen and farmers. At each location, Isis inquires about fragments of the divine body, following rumours and dreams and the subtle guidance that comes to those whose hearts are completely dedicated to their quest. But more than a physical search, they begin to understand that this journey represents the process by which scattered aspects of divine consciousness are gradually recovered and reintegrated. Each piece of Osiris that Isis discovers corresponds to a spiritual quality that had been lost when the unity of divine awareness was broken by the forces of division and conflict. They witness her discovery of the heart in a temple where it had been secretly preserved by loyal priests, understanding that this represents the recovery of divine compassion that makes resurrection motivated by love rather than mere personal desire. They see her finding the hands in a craftsman's workshop, recognizing this as the restoration of divine creativity that allows resurrected consciousness to participate in ongoing cosmic creation. Most importantly, they observe the gradual transformation that occurs within Isis herself as the search progresses. Initially motivated by personal grief and loss, she gradually develops a more universal compassion that extends to all souls who have experienced separation from their divine source. Her quest to resurrect Osiris becomes simultaneously a mission to demonstrate that resurrection is possible for all consciousness that has been fragmented by the experiences of mortal existence. The third teaching the goddess reveals as the search nears completion is that the one who seeks to heal another is inevitably healed in the process, that the one who works to restore wholeness to another inevitably discovers greater wholeness within herself. Resurrection is never a solitary achievement, but always a collaborative process that benefits all participants. They witness the moment when all the pieces have been gathered except one, the phallus, the creative principle that had been devoured by fish and cannot be recovered in its original form. But rather than accepting defeat, Isis uses her divine wisdom to create a new phallus from gold and sacred clay, understanding that resurrection does not require perfect restoration of what was lost, but rather creative transformation that transcends the original form. This act of creative substitution, they realize, represents the key insight that makes resurrection possible, that divine consciousness is not dependent on any particular form for its expression, but can manifest through whatever vehicles become available. The resurrected Osiris will not be identical to the original God King, but will embody the same essential qualities in new and more flexible ways. The actual resurrection that follows is not a dramatic, instantaneous miracle, but a gradual process of reintegration that requires patience, skill, and unwavering faith in the ultimate possibility of wholeness. They see Isis using not just magical techniques, but deep understanding of the principles that govern the relationship between consciousness and form, between spirit and matter, between individual identity and universal essence. As Osiris slowly returns to awareness, they witness something even more remarkable than individual resurrection, the birth of a new quality of divine consciousness that had not existed before the experience of death and rebirth. The resurrected God possesses not just his original wisdom and compassion, but additional understanding that comes only through direct experience of loss, vulnerability, and dependence on love for restoration. The fourth teaching, Isis explains as they observe this miraculous transformation, is that resurrection creates not just recovery but enhancement, not just return to previous existence, but evolution to greater possibilities. What dies and is reborn becomes more than it was before, enriched by the experience of dissolution and reintegration. But the vision extends beyond the personal resurrection of Osiris to reveal the cosmic implications of what Isis has accomplished. Her demonstration that love can overcome death, that wholeness can be restored from fragmentation, that consciousness can survive and transcend the dissolution of its vehicles, establishes resurrection as a fundamental principle operating throughout all levels of existence. They see how her success makes possible the resurrection of all souls who learn to apply the same principles she discovered, how her techniques become the foundation for the elaborate Egyptian funerary practices designed to ensure successful transition from mortal to eternal existence. But more than ritual preservation, they understand that the true key lies in the quality of love and determination that motivated her efforts. As the dream reaches its climax, they witness Isis in her eternal aspect as the Divine Mother who continues to assist the resurrection of every soul that seeks reunification with its divine source. They see her working not just with human consciousness, but with all forms of awareness that have become separated from their essential nature through the inevitable fragmentation that accompanies manifestation in material form. Plants that have been damaged by storms, they observe, can call upon the same principle that Isis embodies to regenerate from surviving roots and stems. Animals that have lost territory or mates or offspring can draw upon similar resilience to rebuild their lives and find new forms of fulfillment. Even inanimate matter, when broken or dissolved, follows patterns of reintegration that mirror the cosmic principle of resurrection that Isis first demonstrated in divine form. The final teaching, the goddess concludes as the vision begins to fade around them, is that resurrection is not an exception to natural law, but the deepest natural law of all, the fundamental tendency of consciousness to overcome all obstacles to wholeness and return to unity with its divine source. Every act of healing, every moment of forgiveness, every choice to love despite disappointment, participates in the eternal work of resurrection that continues throughout all existence. As they return to awareness of their physical bodies standing beside the Nile in the growing light of dawn, Kenti and Jehuti carry with them not just understanding, but actual participation in the principle that Isis embodies. They feel within their own hearts the awakening of similar determination, the recognition that they too have the capacity to assist in the ongoing work of cosmic healing and restoration. The fifth and final lotus petal awaits them at the water's edge, this one bearing the hieroglyph for eternal life, a symbol that represents not just continuation of existence, but the quality of consciousness that remains unaffected by any temporary manifestation or dissolution. When Jehuti picks it up, he feels a profound sense of completion, as if some long-dormant aspect of his soul has finally awakened and begun to function. The eastern horizon now shows definite signs of approaching sunrise, bands of gold and rose that promise the imminent return of Ra from his journey through the underworld. But rather than ending their spiritual adventure, the coming dawn feels like a beginning, the moment when they will begin to integrate the wisdom of Osiris's dreams into their daily lives as servants of the eternal principles that govern all existence. Dawn's eternal return. The sun rises over Egypt as it has for countless millennia, its first rays striking the surface of the Nile and transforming the dark water into a river of liquid gold. The transformation is so sudden and complete that for a moment Kenti and Jehuti must shield their eyes against the brilliance, their vision slowly adjusting to a world remade by light after their long journey through the sacred darkness. Birds that had remained silent throughout the night suddenly burst into song, ibises calling from the reedy shallows, falcons crying as they wheel overhead, countless smaller creatures adding their voices to the dawn chorus that welcomes Ra's return to the world of the living. The air fills with the sounds of life awakening, of a world confident in the daily miracle of resurrection that allows each day to emerge fresh and new from the womb of night. Fishermen appear on the river, their voices calling cheerfully to one another as they spread their nets in waters where dreams and reality converge. Farmers emerge from their homes to begin the day's work in fields that depend on the Nile's annual flooding for their fertility, on the eternal cycle of death and rebirth that makes agriculture possible in the midst of desert vastness. But for Kenti and Jehuti, the ordinary world looks different now, transformed by the visions they have received throughout their night-long pilgrimage. Every detail of the familiar landscape carries new meaning. Every sight and sound and scent resonates with the deeper truths they have discovered about the nature of existence beyond the threshold of death. The 5 lotus petals they have gathered rest in Kenti's hands, each one still glowing softly with its own inner light despite the brilliance of the rising sun. Together, they form a collection of sacred symbols that tell the complete story of the soul's journey from mortal existence through death to resurrection. Prophecy, balance, guidance, rebirth, and eternal life. "We must return to the temple," Kenti says softly, her voice filled with wonder at everything they have experienced. "The other priests and priestesses will want to hear what we have learned. We'll need to understand how these dreams change our approach to preparing souls for their journey beyond death." Jehuti nods, already thinking about how he will record their experiences, what words he will choose to preserve for future generations the wisdom that Osiris has revealed through his 5 sacred dreams. But he also understands that the true teaching cannot be captured in written form alone. It must be lived, demonstrated, embodied by those who have received it. As they walk back along the riverbank toward the temple complex where their ordinary duties await them, they carry within their hearts not just memory of what they have seen, but actual transformation of their consciousness. The dreams of Osiris have not merely informed them about the afterlife, but have begun the process of resurrection within their own souls, awakening capacities and understandings that will continue to develop throughout their remaining years of mortal existence. Behind them, the place where they received their visions shows no external sign of the miracles they witnessed. The lotus pools reflect only sky and passing clouds. The monument stands silent in their ancient dignity. The Nile flows on toward its eternal destination, as it has since the beginning of time. Yet both pilgrims know that this stretch of riverbank has become sacred ground for them, a place they will return to whenever they need, to remember what they have learned about the true nature of death and resurrection. The sun climbs higher in the crystal-clear sky, beginning its daily journey across the heavens that mirrors the eternal journey of consciousness, from source through manifestation, and back to source again. Temple bells begin to ring in the distance, calling the faithful to morning prayers, but the sound carries new meaning for those who have spent the night in direct communion with the divine mysteries that underlie all religious observance. Other pilgrims begin to appear along the riverbank, some heading toward shrines to make offerings, others simply walking in quiet contemplation, still others beginning their own night-long vigils that may bring them visions and understanding suited to their particular needs and level of spiritual development. Each soul, they now understand, must find its own path toward the universal destination that awaits all consciousness at the end of its journey through the maze of mortal existence. As they approach the temple where their formal duties await them, Kenti and Jehuti exchange a look of profound understanding. They have been changed by their experience in ways that will continue to unfold for years to come, awakened to possibilities they had only imagined before, initiated into mysteries that transform those who receive them into instruments of the same divine wisdom that made their revelation possible. The dreams of Osiris have ended, but their influence will continue throughout their remaining years of mortal life and beyond, into whatever forms of existence await them when they too must cross the threshold between life and death. They have learned that resurrection is not just a promise for the future, but a present reality available to any soul that develops the wisdom to recognize its eternal nature, the love to serve something greater than its individual concerns, and the determination to pursue wholeness despite all apparent obstacles. The morning light grows stronger, illuminating a world where every grain of sand, every drop of river water, every breath of air participates in the same cosmic principles they have spent the night learning to understand. The sacred and the ordinary are revealed as different aspects of the same underlying reality, the eternal expressing itself through temporal forms while remaining forever unchanged in its essential nature. And in temples throughout Egypt, priests and priestesses begin the day's rituals with renewed understanding of what they celebrate, while scribes take up their reed pens to record not just the events of daily life, but glimpses of the eternal patterns that give meaning to every mortal story. The wisdom of Osiris flows on like the Nile itself, carrying life and hope and the promise of resurrection to all who learn to navigate its sacred currents with faith, courage, and love. The dreams have ended, but the dreaming continues, for consciousness itself is the eternal dreamer that never truly sleeps, the divine awareness that manifests infinite possibilities while remaining forever one with its own inexhaustible source. In every moment, in every choice, in every act of love or wisdom or courage, the resurrection continues, the great work of cosmic healing and transformation that will never end because perfection itself would be only another beginning, another opportunity for divine creativity to explore new dimensions of its own infinite potential. The sun reaches its morning glory above the ancient land of Egypt, and the dreams of Osiris whisper their eternal truths into every heart prepared to receive them, promising that love is stronger than death, that consciousness is more durable than any form it inhabits, and that reunion with the divine source awaits every soul that learns to navigate the sacred mysteries with wisdom, compassion, and unwavering faith in the ultimate goodness of existence itself. The Nile flows on toward the sea, carrying within its ancient waters the dreams of gods and mortals alike, the hopes and fears and ultimate certainties of countless souls who have trusted their deepest longings to its eternal current. And somewhere in that flow, the voice of Osiris continues to speak, offering guidance and comfort and the promise of resurrection to all who learn to listen with the ears of the heart, to see with the eyes of the soul, to love with the love that transcends all boundaries between self and other, mortal and divine, time and eternity. The dreams of Osiris along the sacred Nile will never truly end, for they are woven into the very fabric of existence itself, the eternal story that every soul must eventually learn to tell through the circumstances of its own unique journey toward the light that shines beyond all darkness, the love that conquers all separation, the wisdom that transforms every ending into a new beginning, filled with infinite possibilities for growth, service, and joy. And so, dear listeners, as the sun rises over ancient Egypt and our two pilgrims return to their daily duties forever changed by their night of divine revelation, we too return from our journey into the sacred mysteries that await every soul beyond the threshold of mortal existence. The dreams of Osiris whisper still in the flowing waters of time, promising resurrection to all who learn to navigate the eternal currents with love, wisdom, and faith in the ultimate goodness of the cosmos itself. May your own journey through the sacred night be filled with such revelations, and may the sunrise find you awakened to the eternal possibilities that await every conscious being willing to trust the flow of divine wisdom. Until we meet again in the space between sleeping and waking, where all dreams carry the seed of truth, rest well in the knowledge that love is indeed stronger than death, and consciousness more enduring than any form it temporarily inhabits. Sweet dreams, travellers of the eternal Nile.